feel like it's been... I feel like it's been a little while, hasn't it? Yeah, but seriously though, I feel like we ain't talked in a little while. How's the stream? Stream health. Yeah. All right. So yeah, sorry I've been kind of out of pocket lately. The last week or so has actually been pretty nuts. A lot of different things going on that I've had to attend to. Um, One of the big ones of the past week has been just car problems. I spent the weekend dealing with that. I actually got a new car on Saturday, so I've been kind of dealing with the finances and trying to get all that, insurance and jazz all figured out and all that. Just the usual car stuff. So unfortunately, the animation and other stuff took a back seat. I've also been doing a lot more commission work. This is actually one of them that you are seeing right in front of you. Let me take a quick shot of my, whatchamacallit, 5-hour energy really quick. Yeah, get after it, one. Draw her. That's what got me going in the first place. Just draw her, man. As the wise words of Shia LaBeouf go, do it. All right. So here's the plan. I'm trying to get this commission right here kind of moving along. I kind of got it started yesterday. So I'm going to spend some time on this. I'm going to spend a little time on this morning. And then after about an hour or so, I'm going to move on to the end. Jesus Christ. What's going on here? 1 second. All right. If it keeps lagging, I'll just turn my audio off, and then we'll just go back to the old way I used to do it, where I just type. Until I can figure out what the hell's happening. You guys can hear me though, somewhat. Ah. Sorry, it's kind of quiet. I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on with my audio. I might need to just go silent today. But I'll have the audio playing in the background and all that. But I'm not, I'll still be looking at the chat and all that. Birdman, I don't know. Talk to the dude that made Godzilla -1. I'm sure he's got something planned. Israel, what's going on, man? Toro, hello. This is a comm piece I'm working on right now, but we'll get to that one later. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get to it. So I'll do this for about an hour, and then I'll get to the animation. So I'm gonna go turn the music up, and you guys can just chill. You know what? I gotta get my Pinterest opened. So while I'm doing that, I'll just kind of have my I'll kind of have my cartoon playing in the background. So give me 1 sec. I logged out of it, but I don't remember my dang password. So give me 1 sec, guys. And all right. Hey, Scud, what's going on? I'll get back to this in a sec. I'm actually drawing a still picture for a little bit, but I'm trying to get back into my Pinterest. Gotta go through the whole, like, password thingy. Alright, there we go. Alright. Let me go ahead and get back to my drawing here. So I'm on Pinterest and I've got a bunch of references for muscles and whatever. So I'm gonna go through this part again and give her another pass. So let me pull up some guides here. So I guess a couple of you guys recognize this model here. She was suggested to me by the person who is commissioning this piece. Someone called her lean beef patty. Right now I'm just kind of getting all of the components of her abdominal section together. I'll probably articulate them a little differently when it gets time to getting the final line work together. Let's see. So there's something a little off about her. Well, let me pull this out. I'm gonna pull up the chat so I can close the YouTube. I'm getting a third monitor added to my collection here today. I'm just waiting for the VGA cable to arrive in the mail. And Dubai, there's a couple of models who I'd say who are actually better fits, I say, for someone like that, female bodybuilders and what have you. But that said, this particular reference here is pretty good too. Hold on, I'm shopping through references right now. Saw one for legs that I want to utilize. Here we go. So knees are one of those weird ones that I'm still kind of getting used to, but I did do a little bit of homework on them. to try to get a little better at drawing them. So even right now, I can see I've made a little mistake that I realized that I made from my homework. So here's that tendon that kind of comes up from the kneecap, and it kind of comes up into one of those quads in the front of the leg. We got the glutes over here, which right around here would probably be where her femur would come out, so the glutes would come back this way. Alright. I kind of made her glutes a little tight, but that's whatever. It's actually not too bad. It's acceptable. I made them a little more pronounced from the reference. Or well, I mean, that's what we do when we draw. We tend to exaggerate. I guess I got a little lucky with this commission today. I don't need to draw anything like feet or anything. I am trying to get a little better with that though, and I've made a little bit of progress on that front, I'd say. Let's see. Where a lot of her cloth looks down to me like her. So let me get another leg reference out here. Stand by. Un segundo. Or favor. Let's see. Really good reference for drawing muscles is actually super exaggerated superhero drawings. So, like, you know, the Hulk, for example. Alright, 1 second. So, the unfortunate thing about anatomy references is I've noticed this in pretty much everything I've drawn. There's never any one uniform like method in which to draw anatomy, and that can throw a lot of people off. That's one of the things that gets me about the knees. Is that everyone's got their way of doing them, and not all of them are compatible. Alright, so hang on. There's a bit of flow here that I screwed up. So you'll notice on the reference, you kind of got a little bit of that S flow here, yeah? It's sort of present here, but not as pronounced. So I actually increased her bust size a little bit, so that kind of throws off the flow of it, which means I got to start down here, right? Yeah, there ain't no problem, Sage. I haven't had any streams probably for the last week or so. It's been kind of a crazy week, so you didn't miss much, trust me. So I appreciate that. So actually, her bottom part of her ab would come down kind of like there, actually. So try to find that flow that we have there in the reference. Right? So then there, yeah. See, so what I might actually just do is take a little bit of time, just drag all of that stuff to the right a little bit. So, sorry, I keep talking, like more or less talking to myself while I draw these things. It's just, you know, forced habit. There, okay, I'm liking that S flow a lot more. So let's keep working along those lines. So I'm just gonna have a little bit of shade here to indicate where the bottom of her chest is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to develop her ab muscles a little. So I'm going to add that tendon that surrounds the abs, and then I need to start figuring out where her serratus is going to be. So down here would be kind of where her lats come down. So her serratus would ride down from her pectoralis major, hidden up here, and kind of boom, 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 like that. Boom, boom, and would kind of yada, 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 yada. All right. You probably don't need to fully develop every single one, but I'm gonna have the indicators there. Indicators, what the hell? Why did I say it like that? I'm gonna have the indicators there just to be there when it comes time to more accurately articulate it. How you doing, Diamond? Gary. Well, what I usually do is, I guess, well, at present, all I do is I give him the high-res version of the drawing, but I don't really know. I've been doing commissions too long, so I guess I wouldn't really know what else to provide, you know. So I might need to start thinking of better, maybe more stuff to consider giving clients. All right, let me actually develop this thigh a little more. So let me see what happens here. So going back and studying the reference repeatedly is just its importance is, I feel like it's understood by people, but at the same time, like, it's not really appreciated as much as it should be. If you're not really stopping to look at the reference every once in a while, you can really get sucked into what you're composing, and as a result, you start to miss stuff. And I believe someone just messaged me. It was Serena. All right. So let's see. I wanted to get rid of all that noise that surrounded the model, like all that extra. You know what? Let me just keep going down that road there. So I don't want to factor too much into what's going on in the back of the model. I want to just focus on her body. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually just select all of the stuff outside of her silhouette and just get rid of it. If I do that, it might help me study the model just a little closer, and maybe help me see things going on in her outline I otherwise would have missed. Like even right there, I'm just taking a look at her abs as they interact with the obliques on the other end, and I can see there's a bit of action there that I'm gonna articulate some. So part of the reason that I'm actually drawing this before I really start animation today, it's an excellent warm-up. Just going into drawing anatomy straight away before any warm-up is, well, it's brave. I try to avoid that when I can. Like if I can warm up somehow, then that's preferable, and this is a good way to do that. So, you guys seen any good movies lately, aside from Transformers? That's kind of one of those ones that everybody seems to be talking about lately. Play any good games, etc. Michael, it's only for a little bit. I'm just doing a little bit of prep work to help my drawing here. I'm trying to get rid of all this extra stuff around the model so that way I don't get lost in unnecessary details. So you guys can't actually see it, but I've got multiple screens open. I'm gonna be focusing on kind of like one body part at a time when I'm drawing, and so I'm gonna be zoomed into this this model here on different parts of her body on a different screen while I am drawing this. So we took care of that S flow there. So let's get back to drawing Jen herself. Right? What's going on, Johnny? All right. Nope. And I keep zooming in on the wrong thing. So let me go ahead and lightly erase some of this stuff. So yeah, right now, like I've already gone over the spiel already, but I'm starting off with commission work today. I got permission from the client to display this, so I'm gonna be working on that for probably about an hour, and then I will get to the actual animation today. It's been a little while. My Halloween wasn't too eventful, really. I didn't really, I don't know. It wasn't one of those years where I really celebrated it, you know? How was yours? Okay, so we got... Okay, this cloth is going to be a little strange. Gotta kind of figure out what the hell's happening here. So let me try and articulate it a little bit. So it's gonna be writing up her neck right here, yeah. So, let me start off with Jen's face. And yeah, there's nothing wrong with just not wanting to partake in that stuff. You don't need to celebrate that stuff all the time. For me, it was just kind of like, didn't really feel like it. There's a lot going on, and I guess my head just wasn't in the game for anything like that this year. But on the plus side, Thanksgiving's coming up. That's always one we want to partake in, yeah? So I'm gonna flip horizontally just to kind of make sure the drawing doesn't look weird from any one angle. Got her jaw figured out, her neck, whatever. Matthias, right now I'm starting off by doing a drawing before I do any animation work today. I just want to warm up a little bit, you know. Unfortunately, the cloth that's around her neck is like hidden. It looks like it's a shirt that was kind of pulled up over her shoulder. So I'm gonna need to try my best to replicate it, and also keep in mind her where her chest is. What's going on, Sam? If you guys will bear with me, I'm trying to figure this out. So this is like it's like a t-shirt that kind of comes. In case you can't see it, I'm drawing this character there. You know what I'm gonna do for you guys, just so that way you can always see the reference. I will have that right there. Yeah, I am doing an animation. It's just I'm not doing it right this second. I'm trying to start off today with I'm trying to start off today with drawing. So let's see. So here's what I want to try. So I'm gonna start off by articulating where the just like right here. I've got a few things going on in the chat. Let me see what's going on there. Sam. Yeah, Sam, I am making an animation. It's just right now I'm trying to fulfill a commission and at the same time utilize it for warm-up. So yes, if you hang on for like an hour, give or take, I'll be working on that today too. Oreo, Toon Boom Harmony. You can't afford Toon Boom. That's okay. There are better options out there. Not better. I love Toon Boom. It's one of the best. But there are more affordable options. I hear Clip Studio is pretty cheap. If you want to go like really cheap, you can always go for you got some animation softwares on like iPad. I believe it's called Procreate Dreams. I know some guys who swear by it and say it's like really good, so that one's worth a shot. Morge, hello. Sam, I actually have her credit in both videos that I've done. You can find her there. I really didn't want to make an account. I appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad you like what you see so far. Just too bad it's a little, it only just got started, so I'm gonna need a little bit of time to kind of get it rolling properly. So let me keep going there on that front, so that way I don't waste too much time. Hello, Agnes. Long time no talk. Life did kind of catch up with me a little bit here. You know what? This is actually making things a little complicated, so I'm gonna take you guys back to my drawing screens. That way I can utilize my reference. So now you guys can see kind of what I'm doing as it happens. I'm glad you like it, man. I'm hoping that the client likes it. Just trying to get one piece at a time done here. So I'm kind of taking my eyes back and forth between my drawing and the reference. Making sure the relationships and everything kind of line up. So, chest size, so I'm gonna need to use thicker lines to articulate this object, which is gonna be like a container of creatine. Something about her arm is weirding me out right now, so let me try to figure that out. Usually her hand is shoot on that wrong too. So one thing that's definitely gonna have to happen is a lot of focus is gonna have to be given to this hand. Let's see. So we got a lot of bendy action here. So her extensor muscles on the other side kind of come down like that. So there's the peak of her tri, or her bi, or tri. So what I need to do is I need to drag that. I'm cheating a little bit, but I think we'll all survive. Yeah, okay. Alright. So I'm gonna focus on her arm that's moving the creatine. So let me go ahead and flip horizontally. I like to flip back and forth just to keep things consistent. So in this image, it's like marketing for creatine, like a certain kind of like creatine. And obviously in this case, Jan Walters is the one who's advertising it. So we're using, her posture and her facial expression along with her holding this thing to like illustrate, hey, look at this product. This product worked really well. She'll be like, utilizing her own, she'll be flexing her bicep muscle, like, nice. So we need to we're trying to do it without any word bubbles, so probably don't need any like speech or nothing. There we go. Okay, so let's see. Alright, so I'm gonna have to really pay attention to her handwork here. Hello Dave, and Sag, welcome to the stream. How you doing, man? We're starting off with some drawing commission work warm up today. So then when we get down here, just kind of drawing the basic shapes of where her fingers end up. Yeah, more or less lines up actually with what I had originally. So the rest of these are actually all just one mass here. Oh no, yeah, whoever asked about who voiced about She-Hulk, yeah, I put her name in the credit a couple of times. Her name, online persona name is Sexy, Saexy. She's pretty good. She's pretty dang good, man. She does excellent voice work. Try to get this. So we've got all this pretty different shape. Alright. Oh god. So I'm gonna have to put a lot of effort into these fingers. I think for now, I just getting their main shapes together is the critical part. Not long. I've probably been doing this all together probably about, since I started this thing, probably about an hour. Not very long. I'm not as fast at drawing as some other guys. If you're talking about today, like how long have I been working on it today? Oh, I only just started like probably about, what, 30 minutes ago? Something like that. Oh, well, technically 30 minutes ago. Started kind of late. Hold on a sec, guys. I'm just looking at, I'm pulling up anatomy references to help me along here. That's an excellent side view, but I need, I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm just kind of in the drawing zone right now. That's kind of where her shorts come down in the middle of her body. Somewhere up here is where her serratus comes down. I'm gonna pronounce her. I'm gonna pronounce her quads a little bit down here. I got my, let's see, so right around down here is where the tendon goes down. I might consider cutting it off because, like, honestly, like, none of that is actually present here. It's usually, it's cut off right around here, and I'm kind of pronouncing her leg muscles a little. Like, here's where her knee would come up, here's the top of her quad, the other one would kind of come down around like that, the other one's like that. So I'm trying to kind of make it up while at the same time looking at what the original reference is doing. So the clothes are a good way to define the shapes of the character. Yeah. Pretty much all of that's going to be developed and shut. Sag, yeah. Well, actually, I didn't know who the heck Lean Beef Patty was, but I guess she's someone on YouTube. It was the reference that the person commissioning me wanted me to utilize. So I looked her up, and yeah, she's got all kinds of good stuff on YouTube for like reference and whatever. So in the future, I'll probably look to her channel some more to get some more material. It's always good to have different places to go to pull a reference from. Dave, you know, a lot of people these days don't actually do physical as much as they should. I love physical. Like all of this that I'm doing right here, like this hatching, cross hatching, whatever, like this is all from like all of my my practice with pen. I love drawing in pen. In my personal opinion, drawing in ink is extremely rewarding. Not enough people do physical anymore. It really is a dying art. So if I were to like stop drawing, if I were to stop drawing this character right now and focus on drawing her in like, you know, if I wanted to start drawing her in pen, that's an option. We shouldn't be slaves to what the tech is of the day, you know. We got to be able to move on to other stuff. And if the power goes out, we shouldn't be like, oh well, there goes my entire livelihood. Okay, so I'm probably gonna look into maybe cutting off the picture here because it really is right about where it cuts off on the reference. I don't want to go too far in terms of invention. So let me do this. She probably got cut off right around like here. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is just I'm gonna mark that. Alright, see you later, Lasagna. Thanks for coming by. I'll try to have more of these this week. I know it's been kind of inconsistent, but you know, life's been kind of weird to me lately. But trust me, I'm intimately aware every day that I don't come and do streams. It's like, what am I doing? Like, gotta get back out there and do this stuff. Anyway, I'll see you next time. So I probably don't have much longer to work on this for the stream today. I'm gonna need to look into moving on to my animation soon. But that said, I do like where this is going. I almost want to keep going. So the commissioner wanted her glasses to stay. Excuse me. Wanted her glasses to stay. And wanted her hair to be kind of in a messy bun, so I need to stick to those parameters. Let's keep her. I'm gonna keep her headphone style the same. I'm flipping back and forth so I can try to keep her, her good dang, her face shape. I got my own, like, style for this, but I am going to do my best. Oh, your wife's in school? What does your wife do? Or what is she going to school for, I should say. And the commissioner wanted her headphones to stay, so that needs to stay. This is definitely like a t-shirt or something that's been kind of like wrapped around your neck. Let's see. Yeah, it kind of bums me out that I never heard of this chick. but kind of glad I've been exposed to her now. I am going to have to do this. Which way did I have her? This. Yeah. So I don't like how much this way. Oh, that's pretty cool, man. What does she teach? If you don't mind me asking. My wife's a preschool teacher. So, we got that in common. Alright. Fitness influencer. Oh, she's an influencer, eh? One of those. Well, she's got a good following, I'm assuming. Oh, she's an influencer, I'm guessing. That was a dumb question. Of course she is. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna do this. I like where this is going so far, so I'm gonna merge these together. But I want to see something. I can see it as I look at it, and it was a deliberate choice. I had her lat muscle kind of coming in more like that, and kind of cutting out, but it might be a little too much. So maybe I can trim it just a tad. So here's where her oblique juts out from her shorts, right? The oblique kind of comes out and then angles in like that. Well, that's funny, Seg. My wife does the same damn thing. Pre-K, like, state service. That's pretty cool, man. We got that in common. My wife's been doing that for a long time. She loves working with kids. It's her passion. Alright. There we go. Cool. So let me do this. I need to figure out where the lighting is coming from. So I'll be coming from like down here. So let me go ahead and erase that. There we go. It's looking better already. So I'm gonna yeah, Sag, I can imagine. So actually, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make this all one color. I try to keep my sketches all like a relatively neutral color. It could be blue or namely blue or red, but some sort of neutral value. Antoine. Yeah, but I learned how to draw a long time ago. So art school helped me out a lot but it was mainly for animation. But I picked up a lot of good habits for drawing when I went to school. Art school is one of those things where like you gotta give what you get out of it is whatever you put into it. Alright, so right now I'm going through the various parts of her body that I drew and seeing where I have made some form mistakes. So this muscle here, what do you call that goddamn thing? The extensor? Is it the extensor? What do you call that goddamn thing? I think it's called the is it the extensor carpi or is it the brachioradial? Whatever. What I'm doing, just to kind of give you guys some insight, I'm going through every part of her pose to just see like how the forms interact with each other, and I'm making corrections to it as I go. Dave, what do you reckon? What do you prefer? I'm sorry, Dave. Would you mind elaborating on your first question? What would you prefer to people who are just getting into art? Do you mean, what would you suggest? Because I'm not quite sure what prefer would stand for in this case, you know? But to answer your second question, I guess I wouldn't recommend just one. I use 3 different sources. So, let me see, what are my main artist sources? So, I use the Morpho books. Those are really good. They have all kinds of good stuff in there too, not just like anatomy, but like bones and landmarks and all that kind of jazz. They've even got one for like clothes and for drawing muscular people and heavier people. So I recommend the Morpho books. I also used Proco. I bought into Proco's education seminars a little while ago. They have like video lessons, and they've got materials like 3D models that you can maneuver. So that's just not one of those things you can just jump right into though, and then you'll learn it right away. I developed a whole sketchbook and focused on each muscle group by itself without trying to learn it all at once. And then over time, you start to figure out how they interact with each other. So I would recommend Proco as well. Pinterest is a pretty dang good resource as well. I love Pinterest. You can find all kinds of other other artists that draw anatomy. So go through Pinterest. Let me write these all down for you, actually. I realize saying them verbally probably isn't helping. So those are the 3 main sources I have. I know I said Pinterest, but there is another author. My teacher from school recommended Bern Hogarth. This dude, the way that he draws muscles, it's very what's the word I'm looking for? These are some powerful muscles that the guy is drawing now, but not because they're oversized, but because the guy is an expert on drawing volume. And the way he composes his muscles, it's almost like a machine, but not really. So if you look at some of his drawings and just see what his musculature is drawn like, the muscles are very defined and color-coded generally. This is an old school artist, and a lot of people who ended up becoming big names today have studied Bern Hogarth. So I would recommend you take a look at him. I've actually got a copy of his book, Dynamic Anatomy, right here in my desk. It's always just there, just in case I, need a little bit of insight on how to conduct volume for a specific muscle group or just muscle. Oh, and I mean, of course, you could never forget George Bridgman. Let me pull that up. George Bridgman. I have George Bridgman books right next to mine as well, so you never go wrong with Bridgman. So what I'm gonna do really quick, I like the muscles that I do like the way that they look in the model, but I wanna give her core some more power. So I'm gonna be utilizing my Bern Hogarth book, and I'm gonna bring these out a little bit. Really make her core area like a force in nature. So let's see. So I'm doing right around here is which means I need to do this. Drag those lats up just a tad. You can see this sort of this sort of half wrench shape I got going on here. I'm gonna add a little bit of that to the other side here. So where it would kind of come in like this, I'm gonna have it kind of in these cases, like once you get the basic forms down, you're free to play with it. You're never a slave to your your reference. You're free to play around with it as long as you know the rules. All right, so this is one area actually that I noticed earlier that I'm gonna actually articulate now. So here's where her obliques and her serratus are on the other end. Right? Oh yeah, Bridgman and Bern Hogarth. If I had to recommend two just books in general or book series, I'd recommend books by Bern Hogarth and Bridgman. You can't go wrong with those guys. But if you want like good video lessons and you got the money to shell out for it, I'd say go for Proko. Stan Prokopenko is really a really dang good artist, and his series has been very helpful to me. All right. So, there, see, I expanded her torso a little bit, and I already kind of like how that's looking. Right. So her chest area, I need to kind of take another look at that really quick. So I'm actually gonna flip. You know what? I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, guys. I've been drawing for this point for about 45 minutes. It's just to keep my mind fresh. I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick break. But when I get back, I'm gonna focus on articulating her chest a little more, and maybe simplify her legs. And I'll start blocking in where her like fingers are for her hands and whatever. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna go ahead and have my animation playing in the background for you. I'll be right back, guys. to hop on a little break, get some sun. I might actually take a vitamin D tablet right now, because you spend a long time inside, you start to develop a vitamin D deficiency, and that can actually affect your mood pretty bad. So I'm gonna take a vitamin D tablet for you. Yeah, I got a bottle of Nature Made in my desk. Just, you know, if I'm inside a lot, just take a vitamin D tablet. It won't like boost your mood, but it will help you. It'll help you in the long term of just not developing, like, you know, psychological issues when it comes to staying inside all the time. That's why folks who live in like England or a place where there's lots of rain, they have to take vitamin D, because otherwise they'll develop depression. So, anything new in the chat? Jeka, thank you, man. He'll get there. Dave, I'm glad. I'm glad this could be of some help to you. I know that art and artwork and animation can be daunting. You do it enough, though. You do it enough times, repetition. It's quite simple. Alright. So I believe the next thing I said I was going to do was develop her chest. So let me go back and I'm going to lightly sketch the forms underneath here. So somewhere up here is where her clavicle would be, and up here as well. It doesn't got to be exact. Just got to know where they are. So it's gonna help me figure out. It's gonna help me figure out how all of this works together as well. So this is actually where her pec muscle comes down. Now you're looking kind of like that. If it were not covered up by breast tissue. But since this character is female, covering up that pec with breast tissue. Right? So then, this is where the pec major comes and interacts with the bicep. So the bicep is a few different groups of muscles together. I'm going to spend a little bit of time to draw them right. So, coming up this way would be where her pec major comes up, this around. Right? So, I'm going to get my book. I'm going to get my Bern Hogarth book. I'm gonna go to the section where the dude draws arms. You know, one thing I love about anatomy books sometimes? You search forever for like one particular angle of like a limb, say. And you just can't find it. Like, I'm trying to find the interior, like, of the arm. The dude drew a whole bunch of exterior. Okay, so in this case, I'm gonna need to look somewhere else. Let me pull up instead. I've got my George Bridgman book here. Let me pull that up. Maybe that dude can help me out. So I'm trying my best not to leave too much of what I do in terms of drawing muscle to anatomy or to my imagination. I'm still a student. I'm always a student of anatomy. So I'm not gonna try to pretend like I know exactly what the hell I'm doing. So I need to let the research of the old guys help me along. That's what all this stuff's there for. It's there to help us. It's there to help us. So we shouldn't try to screw ourselves by trying to pretend like we know as much as they do, because the fact is we just don't. Alright, so this is one of those muscles right here, the bicep. So this comes over, say, right? I'm gonna make her muscles in her arm. I'm gonna try to keep those somewhat geometric, and by that I mean like I'm gonna kind of keep them sharp. When you draw these things in a sharp manner, it looks more powerful. Random guy. No, I was not aware, but I appreciate you pointing it out. We're just defining the shapes a little. So all of that's going to start to be hidden in shadow. Alright. So the bicep continues along here. I knew something was messed up. Alright, so let's think about this. So this is where her deltoid is. How does that at all match up with what's back here? So let's go ahead and add a little bit of mass to that deltoid of hers. Right? There we go. One thing I'm trying to keep in mind here is that this is all one limb. They all surround a singular shape, which is basically it's a cylinder, and all the muscles surround it. So I gotta try to keep that in mind when I'm drawing the muscles. They all need to be connected by a common shape. So this is where the alright. So I got one more muscle, which I believe this is the latissimus dorsi. I keep saying that wrong. So boom. Yeah, I'm starting to believe that arm a little more. All right, let's keep moving. So at this angle, we actually have a little bit of curvature here, right? And it kind of comes down to where all of the muscles intersect, which is at the end of the epicondyle of the humerus. So that'd be this dude here. So as we look at it from this angle, it passes behind the bicep brachii tendon. So all of this epicondyle. Alright, so it needs to have a tighter relationship to the you have the radius and the ulna. So the elbow is the ulna. So I'm trying to have the epicondyle relate to the ulna like this, which means that any muscles that protrude from it, like right here, need to directly come from that origin point. So I'm using the reference from the well, the one that you see right in front of you. I am also using a picture from George Bridgman, and I was using a picture from goddamn Bern Hogarth, but unfortunately it stopped being useful. So what I'm probably going to do is look up Morpho to see if I can get some more information here to help me. But I do know that right here we get some intersecting. Because in the forearm, a lot of the muscle groups of the extensors and the contractors kind of come up in the middle like that. So, let's see. Okay. So, since she's like really ripped, sort of, I need to develop that a little more. So looking at the reference, actually, I can see that the contractor muscles should come up higher, right around there. Come across straight, yeah. So then the extensors down here kind of come down like that, out. Okay. So I can already see I made a little tiny mistake down here. Yeah, I could buy that. Let's see. So here's where her tank top would be. The edge of it rides along her deltoid back here. The chest rides up to meet it right around there. We've got one of the three faces of her deltoid right here. Coming together actually pretty nice, I think. No, sir. This is and by the way, hello. This is a commission for someone, a paid commission. It's just I'm trying to devote as much time towards commissions as I do to animations. I got a lot of requests, so I gotta kind of try to balance them out, you know. Hello, Naylan. Alright, so I'm probably gonna need to come back to the face to do that by itself. So give me some time there and I will come back and focus on that part. Okay. We have a little bit of her chest area exposed here, but not like enough to where I need to give it too much thought. Naylan, consider this kind of like she's like like doing an advertisement for some creatine. So obviously she wouldn't like need it, but you know, it's sort of like, hey, you know, like, you know, Billy Mays here, you know, this creatine made me like, you know, an American Gladiator, and you can be one too. I'm probably not gonna go too ham on these legs. I honestly like the way that they look right now. I'll just take another pass at the outline. Being a little generous with her backside, but whatever. Silhouette looks fine in my opinion. Probably see how I'm drawing. I'm just kind of keeping it loosey-goosey right now. I'm not really trying to make the lines look too great. Honestly, when you start drawing like this, and you kind of let your hand do its work, it tends to look nice, in my opinion. It's like its own form of confidence. So here is where things might be a little weird. I might there. To find like the main guideline for his shorts. Okay. So we got a whole bunch of stuff going on here. Thank you, Milan. I'm hoping that when it's done, the commissioner likes it. So that is kind of where the crotch comes in. Oh, that's pretty much hidden. You know what's crossing my mind right now? You guys know one of the biggest like lies that Disney movies kind of sold us, aside from, you know, Pocahontas. Remember, like, they tried to make Zeus like a family man? Like, that was a puff piece of a movie if I ever saw one. Look, Chaotix, we're doing just some drawing today. Well, for right now, I need to move to animation soon, but for now, I'm just kind of warming up with this. So actually, it looks like is that a drop shadow? I cannot tell what the hell's happening there. Is it like this? Well, shoot, I'm gonna have to figure that out. Shit. Let's see. Let me bring that in a little bit. Let's see. Nice. Pretty sure all of that. Drop shadow there. We all start somewhere, man. Just make sure you stick with it, all right? I'm sure you're on a good track. And just trust me when I say this, you're always gonna believe that your stuff is beginner art. And by that I mean, like, your art's never gonna quite be like what you want it to be. Like, for me, like, I always see someone who's better than me and I'm like, Jesus, why can't I do that? Well, you can, you just gotta give yourself time. So here's where things are gonna get a little slower. I'm liking how it's looking so far. The body is actually pretty good shapes, I'd say. Now I'm gonna have to look at her hands and her face. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start off with her hands. So what I'm actually going to do to help make my life a little easier is, right now things are kind of, the lighting and the shading is natural right now, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the levels and the contrast. It'll help me identify lighting and shading some more. So I'm actually going to create a separate layer for that, so that way I still have the original. So now I can see the highlights a little easier, and I can see the shapes a little easier when it comes to drawing the hand. It was all kind of hidden, like mid-level shading, so now I can now have a much clearer view. All right, so I'm actually gonna draw the hands on, what the hell? God, I love when Photoshop does that. I'm gonna draw the hands. I'm gonna draw the hands on a separate layer. I'm gonna draw them a different color. I'm gonna give myself time to develop them properly, because if I don't do it properly here, they're gonna look like ass when I'm sorry, pardon my language. They're gonna look not very good when I start to draw them properly. And by that I mean when I start to do the line work and all that. So here, this is gonna so I've got a little bit of musculature that kind of swings a bit. Now I don't mind making her hands a little bigger, but I want to avoid making them like huge. Let's see. So this one kind of so. Now I've got a wristband. I've got a wristband here that wraps around. It's a good form indicator. Part comes up and forms a sort of rectangle. This kind of rises up towards the joint, the wrist joint. So this is the meat of the thumb. Here's where things are gonna get kind of weird. So I'm gonna draw the negative space for where her fingers are in relation to her fist. Negative space is just as important as the main form itself. this is where I gotta examine spatial relationships. So, okay, so this is straight. So we got the sorry if I've gone a little quiet. I'm trying to. I'm not really one of those dudes who can like. I'm not really a good multitasker when it comes to drawing sometimes. All right, so the joint that joins the pinky is like right above here. Okay. Getting there. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate the entire canvas and draw it from a different angle. Oop, man, I lost it. There it is. Yeah, if I draw it from a different angle, I might notice some irregularities I otherwise wouldn't have. See, I screwed something up, I think. So all of this is our thumb. Okay. Kind of a ugly thumb, I think. Let's see. I'm gonna give her a little more of a hitchhiker's thumb. That's too big. Let me shrink it. Yeah, it's by that. Okay. Staying messy. I'm gonna try to examine. The flow. Fingers to the knuckle. Flow of the other knuckle. Wrist. I think I got that down pat. Great. So this. The entire row of knuckles kind of like that. So. A little lost here, so let me go ahead and lightly erase below. Alright, so I'm getting the basic shape together, so I'm going to continue to break I'm going to continue to break this down into just areas that will contain different parts of her hand. So this is where her fingers are going to kind of come below and be enveloped in shade. So here we got an intersection with like the outside meat of her hand. And it kind of comes. This isn't really the hand. I'm breaking down the hand into areas that are manageable, that I can fit the shapes into. Overall proportions are fine in the hand there, so I'm going to move the other one. Thank you, Pigfinity. I'll get started working on my latest one here pretty soon. I'm trying to get this this commission here more or less rolling. Let me do one thing before I move on to this though. I want to make sure that this part So we're moving on to this other hand now. Now the really unfortunate thing about the other hand is it's covered in depth of field. It's gonna be a little trickier to draw. So I gotta basically just look at the blobs and try to make sense of it. So the depth of field's a cool effect, and I'm probably gonna try to utilize it for this. But I still gotta draw the shapes right. So, same way that I did the last one, I'm gonna just start off with the basic overall shapes and then just break them down. So, I shall start with where the hand interacts with the creatine container. So the big one right here is where the thumb comes around and sort of hugs it right here, yeah? Okay. So right here where the main turning action is on the creatine, we have the main joint of her thumb down here and swings down almost parallel with the creatine container. This is a knuckle, but again, it's kind of hidden. It's kind of hidden by the depth of field. We're not ready to export yet. I wish. Alright, so down hereabouts is where we have the most change in direction. Gotta love drawing, guys. Gotta love it. Alright, so looking at the blob, I got a little bit of action. Let's So then this knuckle comes down hard. That. So this is a knuckle. This too be a knuckle. Alright. So one thing I notice I'm already screwing up. I gotta make sure I examine the spatial relationships right. So where the tendon and the thumb swings in, where it kind of starts to rock this way, the top of that boundary should be about where this finger ends. Do you see how badly I was off? Like, I was off by a lot. Sag, I try to. It doesn't always work out, but yeah, I try to draw most every day. But it's one of those deals where that's the unfortunate thing about being in my position. It's genuinely what I do for it's what I do for money. And there are a lot of days where I don't want to draw. I just don't. But you don't really have a choice. So whether you want to or not, at a certain point it becomes irrelevant. You do it because you have to. So the last three fingers here, they kind of form a singular group. And it kind of swings down. So these all come together towards like a pyramid. All right, there. See the hand, even at its basic shape right here, I can see how, because I took the time to actually focus on like what the relationships were between different parts of her hand, it looks a lot closer to the original model there. It's not perfect, but it's better than it would have been if I hadn't been using reference. Alright. I stretched my back to the thing. Ugh! All right, one second. I'm gonna stand up and stretch my back out, and I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Sorry about that. I had to go to the bathroom at the same time. So, let's see. Let's see. This might be a suggestion. Well, shoot, say that's a good question. I guess I don't really have any suggestions. Just try to have a little bit of discipline and you know, stick to what you do. You know, if you have an idea for something else you want to try, then you know, try not to tackle too many things at once, because then you'll start to go to the things that you know. So my suggestion is just you know, pick an idea, stick with it, and don't try to move on with it until you're done. If you start to get overwhelmed, you'll probably just fall back to old stuff out of habit. I don't know. I don't really have any good answers for that one, but that's kind of what I think what I would probably do if I were in your shoes. All right. So I'm just I'm still drawing out my hand here, so I'm just getting it kind of developed into like a box. Let's see. So pretending that these 3 fingers are like a box group, I'm gonna kind of draw them as such. Yeah, this one's getting me lost here. Let me get rid of that. Alright, so let's see. Right around here is the extreme middle knuckle. Right here. Oh yeah, you see how far I was off with that? Alright. Yeah, so. Boom. Agua, right now this is not animation, this is a commission I'm working on. I'll be getting to my animation here pretty soon. But for now, just hang tight. I'm doing a drawing. There we go. So here's that knuckle, and then it's kind of hidden by the depth of field. Let's zoom out a bit and make out some details. These two are a closer group. It all kind of blends together. Yeah, unfortunately, this hand is kind of hidden, so I'm kind of having to do a little bit of guesswork on it, which isn't really desirable. But yeah, a little bit of tractor muscles. Okay. You know what? My hand's actually pretty decent, I'd say. Not perfect, but good enough to get the idea across. So let's do a little bit of erasure. Just to kind of get rid of all that stuff below. Same thing here. upon looking, I kind of want this to be shrank. No, I'm sorry. This one needs to be expanded, and her other hand needs to be shrunk. So slightly enlarge this. Okay. We're getting somewhere. So now I'm going to play around with her face a little bit. So I want to keep things stylized, but I also want to keep things structurally sound. So I'm going to have to... I might need to do some construction here. So let's do the work. So there's her chin. The way it's looking, her whole face is facing forward like that, yeah? So there her nose would be, and then it would kind of be in its innermost point here, and then kind of come up like that. So I'm gonna kind of give her a little like thing going on. So because of the fact that her mouth will be doing kind of like something like that, I'm gonna be giving her jaw a little more angle out this way. Actually, nope, I screwed that up. Let's start at the bottom with where her chin will end up, right around there, yeah? Which implies that this, where her jawbone would come down, would be a little more like that, a little softer. That's good. Yeah. So all of this is going to be a little soft as well, and meet the chin over here. So what I'm gonna need to do, where's my guy? There. Here's right around where her nose, the tip of her nose would be. Here. No, I don't. Too far out. That's where stylization will come into play. Her nose to be a little softer, so keep it around there. So, here's where her cheekbone will be. Cheekbone will come something like that. things are gonna start getting a little tricky. Not really a huge fan of break out the old instruction, but okay. So I need to do something here. Her ear would be like right here, which means that as I drew her initial headphone, that thing might be like not covering her ear at all. So I'm gonna need to move the edge of it kind of right here. There we go. It's gonna be covering her entire ear like so. Let's draw that whatchamacallit part that goes over her cranium with the little handle, I think. I swear to God there's a name for it. I just feel really dumb and I can't remember. So, you guys have any reality TV guilty pleasures that you like watching? I can start off that discussion. My wife and I like watching that show 90 Day Fiancé. Like that show can get wild sometimes. We saw the memes from a little while ago with that like Big Ed dude. Like the dude with no neck. Like that guy was out of control. What's going on, Tiger? Everybody seems to know who Lean Beef Patty is but me. Jeez. I don't like that. It's too Michael Jackson. Let's see. Christmas cookie challenge. Yes, sir, I don't know what that is. I'm weird, I'm out of the loop a lot of the time. I don't need to kind of like come back to this part here. I'm not liking this. Maybe I'm overthinking it. So he wants her hair and kind of like a little messy back here. Basic parts of that going. I'll keep it somewhat messy. Try to normally keep her hair a little on the curly side. So when I go into like drawing her face a little better and her hair, I might try to make it a little bit curly. Yeah, no, reality television, I mean, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, it does nobody any good to watch it. But even once in a while, you get one that's kind of just interesting. If nothing else, for just making you feel better about your own life because of how pathetic theirs are. Like 90 Day Fiance, it's about these like couples who like, yeah, it is total trash. That's not even up for debate. It is absolute trash. But you know what? People like fast food. Sometimes trash is what you need. Not a very great drawing of her face. I don't think that. Not to start, but it might be a good place to build. I don't like that mouth at all. But it might be getting to the point where I'm gonna need to start wrapping it up for the day on this thing. And start thinking about moving on to my animation. Hey, wait, Tiger, are you talking to me? Can I want one of my drawings? Well, what do you know? Yeah, someone's been posting my stuff there. I mean, if they're crediting me, then that's cool, I guess. Shoot. Just a little bit of value difference. All right. I think we're kind of getting to the point when I can start lining it, but I'm not going to do that here today. I'm probably going to do that on the side by myself. So, we do a little last minute cleanup, and then I'm going to take a small break, and then after that, I'm going to start working on my animation. That's going to be my next big task. I'm kind of liking how this is coming. I'm going to be doing a little bit of work on her face on the side. There's definitely some work that's got to be done there. But everything else is on a pretty good track. Let me get these all the same color. All right, cool. All right, guys, give me like 10 minutes, give or take, and I will be back to start working on the animation. I'm already putting the screen on pause for a bit, because I'm gonna be sending some messages. So I will be back in just a few minutes. Go ahead and keep talking amongst yourselves. After that, I will come back and start animating. All right, see you guys in like 10. All right, I'm back. I'm gonna get to drawing this animation some more. For those of you that are still here, I gotta run an errand, but I will be back probably about an hour. I decided when I was kind of going through these that these don't all need to be redrawn. They're actually all kind of nice. There might be like, some little scribbles here and there that don't need to be there, but I mean, overall they're fine. When I get to ones that are a little more messy like this, I'm gonna go back in and I'm gonna tighten them up a little bit. But for like all of these, like I'm actually kind of satisfied with the drawings. They look fine. So when I get back, I'm gonna finish this one up and I'm gonna move up to breakdown drawings. But that will be in about an hour. So I'll be back. If you happen to come back then, or if you happen to come back then, I'll see you. If you will not be back later today, I will see you next time. It'll probably be tomorrow. All right. I know I said that last week, but I really do want to stick to it. This thing's taking longer than I thought it would, but I think it'll come out good. All right. I will see you guys in about an hour if I see you. If not, I'll see you later.